Vito, and I am one of the 6 global directors of the McKinsey Global Institute. That is a global think tank funded by McKinsey but fully independent. And the focus of MGI is to do research which goes from micro to macro, so very granular bottom up. And today we are discussing about an effort which is based on the data of more than 12,000 companies. As you see in the program, the title of the panel is Safeguarding Europe Competitiveness. And we are discussing about a gap between Europe, US, and China, a gap that is mainly driven by technology and innovation. This gap is focused on ICT, this gap is focused on pharma, which are the sectors where technology and innovation play a very important role. And we really think it's the right moment to have this discussion, even if there is, as we know, unfortunately, the war between in Russia and Ukraine, because these kind of discontinuities are a good trigger for discussing the structural improvements and reforms that Europe needs. COVID was a good chance to launch the Recovery Fund. Hopefully the war is a good chance to discuss how to trigger European innovation and technology. Let me introduce without further delay the panelists that will discuss this. Let me start with Federico D'Annunzio, who is on my very right, who is an entrepreneur. He launched many companies and startups. I think the last one is focused on blockchain and ESG, so 2 fascinating themes. And across and along his career, he got something like 20 patents. So innovation is at the core of what he's doing. We will commend this also with Cinzia Arcigli, who is the Director of Research for CEPS in Brussels. This is the Center for European Policy Studies, and she also teaches at the Lewis University here in Italy. We have Georgios Papakostantino on the very right here. He has been in the past the former Minister for Finance in Greece, a member of the European Parliament, so a strong European and very knowledgeable about, obviously, policies. And currently he's chaired the School of Transnational Governance. And we have also Jan Mischke, that is a partner of the McKinsey Global Institute, and is also the person who produced the report. And last but not least, the moderator of the panel, who is Sam Fleming from Financial Times. Sam chairs the Bureau of Financial Times in Brussels. Sam, to you.
Marco, thank you very much indeed. Great to be here. Great to have my panel assembled, and welcome obviously to the first day of the events here. I've been Bureau Chief in the FT in Brussels for about just over 2.5 years now, and if I had to pick out one buzzword from that period, it's definitely would unquestionably be strategic autonomy. And obviously that links in with the theme of what we're talking about today, the idea of competitiveness and safeguarding European competitiveness. But the fact that this topic, this buzzword, as I said, has been so prominent in the past 2 or 3 years under the present Commission in particular, should not disguise that we're dealing with a really long-running issue for Europe in terms of its competitiveness. I was looking around the internet yesterday for some of the history on there. I turned up a 1985 article in the Washington Post bemoaning the fact that IBM was conquering the market here for personal computers, and what was Europe going to do about this problem? And of course, then there was the famous Quero attempt to take on Google in Europe, which again didn't come off. So we have a long history. We talk about safeguarding, but actually in some ways it's about restoring and recovering some of that lost competitiveness. So we have an excellent panel to talk about that, and a really excellent report also to kick us off. So maybe, Jan, if I ask you to give us a sense of what you said it took you about a year to pull this report together. What did you find during this? And if we could have some help with the sound as well, I'd appreciate that. What did you find in terms of uncovering what these competitiveness issues are?
Yeah, thank you. So, look, I think we really like Europe. Most of us, I guess, in this room do. And our research shows also the statistics give good reasons for that. So let's start there on the good note. And sustainability, 2.5 times lower carbon emissions than in the US. In equality, actually, there's the dream, kind of the perception of the American dream, but in Europe it actually takes 2 generations less to move from lowest to middle income quintile and then also further up to top quintile. And even in growth terms, GDP per capita over the last 20 years has grown at par with the US. So far one could argue, besides an ongoing energy crisis, Europe has been and is doing fine, but are we in the process of turning ourselves into a wonderful open-air museum? And I'm looking around this room now. And this is where, when we looked at the state of European corporations and technologies, there is room for concern that we might be facing a technology crisis in slow motion that has a similar impact to what we are experiencing in energy right now. And it's high time to get at that with high resolve. And just to share with you a few facts or findings, we analyzed the data of 12,000 global corporations, large corporations of more than $1 billion revenues. And what we found is that European firms over the last 5 years have been growing 40% more slowly than their US counterparts. And they have invested 40% less in R&D. Those are big numbers. And if we take the forward trajectory, that's the past, but if we take the forward trajectory and we look at market implied growth rates, if you look at market capitalizations, we take the high profitability levels in the US as they are, we don't kind of comment on whether that's good or bad, but just look at revenue growth implied. There's about a $1 to $2 trillion difference in market implied corporate value added growth. 1 to 2 trillion. That is an order of magnitude that is akin to about 6 times the cost of the net zero transition, where everyone thinks we can't finance it. Well, here you have 6 times the amount at stake. It's also equivalent to 500 euros per person per month for every European citizen. And what is behind this is mostly technology. Much of the difference today comes from technology-heavy firms, not only the kind of narrow tech sector, but also technologically heavy firms in other sectors, also very innovative sectors like pharma and so on. But it's much broader than that. And we analyzed 10 technologies that will really matter for the future, from artificial intelligence to quantum to clean tech, new materials, and so on. And we see that Europe scores on average 30% lower than the US across the innovation funnel, which we looked at from innovation over production to adoption of those technologies. Like in quantum computing, none of the top 10 global investors is in Europe. In nanomaterials, 1 of the 10 leading firms is in Europe. Europe has only one nuclear fusion startup. So even in kind of stronghold technologies like materials or clean tech, the next generation is being made elsewhere. And while you could relax now and say, okay, fine, the technology challenge has been with Europe for 25 and more years. And we missed the wave of consumer internet, fine, we still kind of all can use Google for free, so it doesn't matter. It does start to matter now as those technologies permeate all sectors, including European strongholds. If you take AI as one example, AI is going to determine the future of autonomous vehicles, which will make or break the competition in automotive. If you look at Europe's luxury brands, 95% of the luxury brand value is in Europe. But wearable devices? Nowhere. And I could go on. So it's really challenging traditional European stronghold industries. And what is behind this in many ways is that after a period of quite a bit of stability, where the European model of get 3% better every year, raise the quality and so on worked very well, we are now in a period of very rapid innovation and disruption, where speed and scale matter. You have to be fast, but you also have to stretch your R&D and software dollars across a large customer base and across large corporation. And Europe has been at a disadvantage in scale and speed. It's fragmented, its regulations and so on are slow moving. So this is where we see really a need for a step up, and where also kind of our recommendations would then be to tackle just that, see where can Europe operate at higher scale. It does have it is one of the 3 large economies in this world, But while the US, for instance, is pooling 45% of all public procurement at the federal level, in Europe, $2 trillion are spent on public procurement every year. But less than 1% of that is pooled at the EU level. Think of defense, now the 100 billion that Germany is putting into place. For good reasons, it's now kind of being spent wherever you can grab what you can get quickly. But think you could have done that 10 years ago and pool it with similar amounts from France and the UK and so on and say, okay, now, dear European companies, go consolidate and compete and run faster. And you stretch that to other sectors, healthcare, education, and so on. There's so much you can do on the scale front. And also on the speed front, if you look at what has happened during COVID, how fast it was possible to actually push vaccine development, approvals, procurement, and so on. That same speed is now needed also in the areas of technology and industrial policy. And last but not least, if we do agree that Europe will always be somewhat fragmented and is under slight disadvantage due to culture, language, and so on, there's also active discussions needed on how to keep a level playing field then for European firms in this setting, including things like the Digital Market Act that now acts on the large gatekeepers that Europe has much less of for those kind of reasons, but also including thinking about those nice kind of little plants of nascent firms that are spreading up. How can you keep them growing until they reach a scale where they're really globally competitive?
Thanks, Jan. I'm going to go to Cinzia next. Before I do, just an early note to audience members. Very much welcome your questions, both here in Italy and also online. If you wanted to send those questions and do at any point during the discussion if something occurs to you, and we can take them towards the end. Cinzia, how embedded, how entrenched is this problem, and where do you see the answers lying?
First of all, many thanks for having me here. It's really a pleasure. Let me take a step back and try to link these technological differences between the United States and then Europe from a broader perspective. I think that if we make a difference between pre-COVID and now, let's say, after the war in Ukraine, at the global system, I think the main difference is that multilateralism is now over. And I think this is a major change for Europe and how Europe can think in rebuilding its previous position, if it's possible. In fact, Europe's position in the world has been built after Second World War in a context of multilateralism, where basically rules were the main guiding principle. Now we are in a context where actually power is ruling. So the logic of power is the main driver of decision. And in this sense, I think it will be much more difficult for Europe to stick to its values and its principles, including the one of competitive markets. And here I think the question is, and this is for me, it's an open question, is whether there is a trade-off between competitiveness, which is one of the ambitions also of strategic autonomy, and competitive markets. If we look basically at the two players which are racing for technological leadership, we have China and we have the US. China is clearly not an example of competitive markets. I mean, state intervention is very dominant and is one of the drivers behind the success of China of the last years. But also in the United States, state is clearly not intervening. But if you look at what is going on in terms of market power, what we are seeing is certainly a concentration in many industries, especially technology. So I think one very fundamental question for Europe is what Europe should do in order to be part of this race or gain back its role. Does it mean that we need more state intervention? Does it mean that we need to give up the idea of competitive markets, which is really at the heart of the single market? Maybe I will just stop it here for the moment.
Thanks, Cinzia. Georges, maybe that's a good point to pick it up on with you. Strategic autonomy has been, as I said earlier, one of the guiding principles of the current Commission, and part of what underlies strategic autonomy is the belief that actually maybe we have been too focused on being purists when it comes to competition rules and so on, and we need to take a more strategic top-down approach to industrial competitiveness in other areas. Do you agree with that diagnosis, and how would you adopt this agenda, if at all? Adapt?
Okay, thanks. It's a pleasure to be here also. This is, of course, not a new discussion. We're just relabeling it as we go along. If you go back enough, we remember the Lisbon agenda, Europe to become the most competitive region in the world. We failed in that by far. What's new today is that the discussion around strategic autonomy is linked to concerns about needing to repatriate and be less reliant on global value chains. Yes, the pandemic was a big push with that, but the discussion started before. It just took on a new dimension with the pandemic. Sort of the idea that you cannot be simply looking at optimizing global value chains, but a lot across a number of critical sectors and technologies, you have to have your own capacity, which I think makes perfect sense. I wanted to come back to the actual study because I think it's a very good piece of work, and I think it's very interesting to read. And I wanted to focus on some of the policy recommendations and link it to what Cinzia has just been saying. A lot of what is being suggested makes a lot of sense. For example, the idea of a EU-wide new entity for regulation, for example, 28th entity of regulation, something which has been around for some time for high growth firms. Not an easy thing to achieve, of course, because you have to cut through a number of areas, but makes a lot of sense. The whole discussion about ramping up at the European level investments through some kind of a civilian European DARPA, again, has been around for some time. And I think we missed an opportunity with Next Generation EU because we shied away from European public goods and putting at an EU level. At the end of the day, the plans are national plans, which is understandable in the circumstances, but a missed opportunity. But I want to sort of put a question on two things in the recommendations. And the one thing links directly to what Cinzia has been saying, and that's the idea that we need to be more relaxed about our antitrust rules and move away from, be careful about the idea of national champions because competition is at an EU level, not at the national level. I think we have to be careful here. There's one thing to encourage trans-European collaboration and takeovers. But if you look at some of the research that is coming out at the moment, and I'm here thinking, for example, of the work done by Thomas Philippon on the Great Reversal, we see that the growth, he's not the only one, but he's looking and comparing US and the EU, and he's finding that the US is suffering in terms of having allowed oligopolies to develop and the implications of that on prices, on rents, etc. So that's one area of concern. How do we distinguish those two? How do we encourage a pan-European market without falling into that trap? The second is the issue around data privacy. And one of the suggestions, directions is to say, well, we need to allow more disruption, which is true. We need to allow disruption. Europe has, as an entrepreneur and other much more better place than me to say this, but you do not have the same ability to disrupt as you have in the US. But do we need to sort of roll back? We are the only entity that actually has a serious data protection framework in an era when data is the new commodity. And against sort of a China that is weaponizing data and a US that is pretty cavalier about it, we have taken a very particular position. I wonder whether sort of watering down consumer protection and data protection is a way to get to the competitiveness. So these are two issues that I have, questions that I have, and I'll stop here for them.
Thank you. Federico, you operate in one of the technologies which is identified, these transversal technologies, all-encompassing technologies that Jan identifies in his report, namely blockchain. Do you feel it is at a disadvantage operating in Europe compared with some of your rivals in the US? How do you compare? Have you thought about trying to do what you do in the US versus here? I mean, you could obviously do it there as well. What are the advantages and disadvantages for operating in Europe in such a key technology?
Well, Europe is a good ground because it is just starting from zero. So for an entrepreneur, it's always better to start from zero than in a very. So it's a very good ground. But at the same time, Europe is not. If you look at the numbers here, I've seen in the report, you see that the investment in the trust infrastructure is extremely low. But this is the biggest opportunity for Europe. But let me also have a big of a scenario of what is going to happen in the future, because in the report we are talking about 2040 as a limit of time. What is going to happen in 2040? The first thing is that the technology that we have now is pushing on immutability of data. This changes a lot. You have immutability, non-repudiable data, authenticity of data. So the first change will be the digital embodiment of everything you can see now. So you will have a new digital body for everything, and this will create, because you will trust this body, you will think that it is authentic, is not anymore disputable. So you will have these digital bodies which will create a big change in the economic structure and the social structure. And then you will have in 5 years to 10 years, so before 2040, the arrival of the quantum computing, which is not only the power of the quantum computing. The computing power is one thing, but it's the structural mindset and the logic behind the quantum computing, which is not linear, which is not deterministic, it's probabilistic. So we will be confronted with new entities which will create new digital bodies which will be alternative and parallel to the human body. And the human body will have to, first of all, define a new habeas corpus of rights. Because the habeas corpus before was for the physical corpus, but as soon as you get into the digital world and the digital embodiment, you will need to create a new set of... So what is going to happen, another problem is going to be that ethics will be more important than technology. And the biggest challenge for Europe will be, and just to explain why ethics is going to be, because at a certain point you will have to stop the growth and the total freedom of growth of intelligences which are going to be creating by parthenogenesis a new innovation. You already see this in AI. You have this famous creative AI which is now starting. You have languages which are developed by the different bots which are ununderstandable for us. So you will have to define which are the limits. And the problem will be how ethics is going to be agreed by the different states and the different communities in Europe, because the one ethical answer to all these changes is going to be a common ethical answer, is going to be probably a big driver. And then just to conclude, what can we do? We have to anticipate these changes, and we have to put in place an infrastructure. Now the term everybody's using is architecture, so it's not anymore infrastructure, but it's more than infrastructure, an architecture of trust.
Jan, let me take up a couple of points that George just made, which point to some of the conclusions in your piece. You talk a lot about, in quite approving terms, about the size of American corporations and their profitability and so on. But obviously, I mean, I used to be in the US before I came to Europe. One of the big economic debates when I was in the US back in 2018, 2019 was excessive market power, monopsonistic as well as monopolistic structures in US corporate activity, and the weakness of antitrust in Europe. And there was some approving looks over to the way things are in the EU. So is the debate need to be flipped, or do you think that we should be indeed looking at the way the US corporate sector works in approving terms? And secondly, this question of data protection. Is the privacy, are the privacy standards in the EU an advantage or a disadvantage Again, your research says you think maybe they are a disadvantage for the European Union, and I wonder if that's the right way to look at things.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, there have been probably almost centuries of research showing how competition is the primary driver of innovation and growth and so on. So I don't think it would be a smart idea to try and hollow out competition. There's lots of authors like Philippon, you mentioned, who argue that the US is starting to be at that stage where it's happening. And actually our research on the labor share of income also shows that 20% of the decline in the US can be attributed to benignly worded superstar dynamics. So certainly I don't think the idea is to replicate the US model. But the idea is that in a world of winner-take-most dynamics, it's not good enough to run for third place. It's just not. And so we need to find ways to marry the perspectives. And I think one good scenario to try to get at is where in many sectors, I mean, usually a good rule of thumb is if you have 4+ really strong competitors, it's a good competitive market. 3 is too little, 4+ is kind of a good rule of thumb. Now, if you have one US, one Chinese, and one European one, and then one from somewhere else, and they all compete globally, you could be there. It's currently not the situation. We know the Chinese firms have like 90% share in China and so on. But this could be, for instance, one vision of trying to bridge this thinking between competitiveness and competition, as you also worded it. And I think if I go to the data privacy, I don't think I would anyway kind of get anywhere near suggesting to hollow out data privacy rights. But I do think that Europe needs to reevaluate its trade-off of kind of the primacy of consumer protection versus allowing experimentation and disruption. And one thing that comes to my mind is and also since you mentioned architecture, the India stack, where India is essentially building this stack architecture and banking and healthcare and so on, that is gathering data from 1 billion+ citizens, but where every citizen essentially owns his own data, it's secure, and can decide on what of that to release to which firm. And then you get into a completely different model. You suddenly can kind of have the data privacy that Europeans rightly want, but you can also actually get to completely new levels of innovation at the same time.
Kinsey, to stick on this question of competitiveness versus competition, what we are seeing now and have been for the past couple of years is an increasing drive to create, to invest more, particularly top-down investment in the EU in some of these sectors where there's a sense that we need to do more. I mean, the most obvious one that springs to my mind would be semiconductors, where the Commission has recently announced a big project to invest something approaching the numbers of 50 billion in the US that the Biden administration has said it will invest in semiconductors. And part of the concern about this approach to competitiveness is, as well as obviously autonomy and reshoring technologies, is that you begin to wonder whether we are investing heavily in incumbents. A lot of the money will go to incumbent players rather than new players, and whether this money ultimately will get enmeshed in a subsidy race, a global subsidy race. I wondered, how do you assess the policy responses that you're currently seeing, especially at the EU level, to some of these issues we're talking about?
I think this is really a clear example of this potential trade-off between competitive markets and boosting competitiveness, so that basically you can compete in a global market with Chinese and US actors. This, I think it's a clear example in a specific sector or area which is identified basically as strategic. And this is basically leading to quite a lot of debate in Europe, where there are clearly different views and different interests also from the perspective of the member states. And this brings me a bit to what Jan said at the beginning, that in this context it's very difficult to find a consensus, a European consensus around, of the 27 basically, around an issue where there are a lot of commercial interest. So one of the problematic approach, if you want, is how can we identify a common interest at the European level and reconcile it with a more specific interest at the level of the member states, which reflect also the position of the different industries and comparative advantages.
Georges, how do you assess the current approach that you're seeing in the Commission? And I mean, from your own experience of economic reconstruction, I mean, to what extent can policy levers actually alleviate this problem, or is it really going to be more a question of the state taking a step back and creating a better foundation for the private sector to solve these problems?
Look, I think we're working with two priors that we need to keep in mind very strongly. Prior number one is this diversity of preferences in Europe, which in a sense, because we are not one state, we are 27 states, different languages, different cultures, slightly different consumer preferences, but that's not the point. It's more the fact that this diversity drives some policy decisions around enterprise, around firms. That's one. There's a limit to how much you can overcome that, and we're trying, but you know, barring some huge leap towards political integration, which isn't really happening, it's a structural impediment. The second, you can call it impediment, you can call it an advantage. I mean, that's the second is that we also want to keep certain values around, and therefore we want to keep privacy, we want to keep values around social cohesion, and therefore we do not want to go the way of China in terms of the more authoritarian approach that does give you champions that are globally competitive. So you're working with this environment. So what can you do with this environment? I think there is loads of scope for a lot of policy changes to move certain things to the European level and relax national characteristics without sort of breaching the issue of diversity of preferences. There's, again, I want to go back to the fact that we did miss an opportunity, and there are clear whole sectors where, from energy to health to tech, where you can have European initiatives and pour money into those and be able to push. Nobody would be against, for example, for a better link between our universities and the business sector. Nobody's against more upskilling. It's a question of getting the mechanics right. So I think there's a lot of scope to use policy levers, and that's why I think that the vast majority of what is proposed here is extremely useful. What I would like to see is a bit of a translation of this into nuts and bolts. So I'm trying to look at it from the policymaker's point of view, and you know, I put a check next to most, a question mark next to some, and my next question is, okay, so how do I make this operational? And this would be extremely useful to go the extra mile to say, well, here's how you can protect the nascent firms. That's one of the toughest ones. I was trying to figure out, how do you do it exactly? How do you protect a nascent high promise technology firm from being gobbled up in an environment where you have, you know, free capital markets, and how do you shelter it somehow? You know, what are the policy tools you can have there? So this is the direction where I would like to urge the McKinsey Global Institute to go, if I may.
Sure you can.
I'm going to start taking some questions from our audience, both here and online. I have one online question first, which is directly relevant to Federico, which is from Christine Laxma. The question is, what role, if any, is the state going to have in this virtual embodiment that we were talking about, and what power structures will underlay this future world?
It depends on the approach you take. I've seen all the approaches until now, but if you have to be competitive, you have also to give freedom to the people to act independently to the overarching power. So I would give more tools to the entrepreneurs, and the tools to the entrepreneurs and to the people to put in act this virtual embodiment. What is going to happen is that the companies are not going to be the same company that we know now. So the company is going to be a polymorphic company where it starts to, you will have one central body, but it will continuously change. This because it is going to be a virtual body, so it's going to be easier to have these changes. How can the central power govern this? It will not be able to govern it, but it has to provide the infrastructure, the architecture, which allows trust to be the common factor which allows all the people to collaborate. Because one of the problems that we have in terms of competitiveness, if I have to go into the market in Europe, is that I have too many countries, too many languages, and I do not have a critical mass in terms of capital investment. The culture of the capital investor today is not the culture of military investments that was at the origin of the Silicon Valley investment, so they are not looking long-term, but they are looking for profit. What is the only way I can do it is I have to collaborate and to create, to transform the differences in the European community in the biggest opportunity. And this technology can allow today. So we can make a big quantum leap, I mean a big leap, not a small leap, but a big leap in technology, giving the companies and the entrepreneurs the opportunity to collaborate in a totally different way. So you can open new markets of digital assets, you can open new streams of collaboration, you can also make some laws which help the collaboration not more on the physical side, but on a different level, on a complete different new world where you will interact based on different also economic values. So the economic value will be different. And then we have not to forget about the sustainability value, because there are going to be two things at the same time. At the moment we are discussing about profitability, yes, very nice. But at the same time, what is going to happen is that this digital embodiment of things is going to create now the possibility of ethical values to become as important as economic values, and they will be measurable. So this is another opportunity for the European community, which feels these values much more than, for instance, US. So there is a big opportunity, but we have to adopt the idea that we need to make a cultural and a quantum leap in terms of technology, and adopt the idea that we are going to change dramatically. We can. It's not so difficult. All the technologies now allow you to make this. They are all there on the ground to allow to have a total cooperation, open, free, trusted. Imagine if you can see a company in Lithuania and you know everything about the company. Imagine you have another, you can start to, that you don't have legacies anymore. And you can have also, if you talk about the talent, you know that you have, I've seen in the report that talent immigration is one of the factors. If you look at the World Economic, the World Bank, they say that the tertiary education is the real critical factor to growth, no? And if we can use the talent acquisition and the immigration of the talents. And
I want to pick up on that, yeah, the immigration point is
exactly, this is one of the points.
Let me, before we do that, let me ask for some questions from our audience. I saw one over here.
Hi, good morning. I was prompted from the zooming out of Cynthia. He pictured US and China or so. I would like to ask the panel to comment on the recent COVID crisis and the vaccination results of this. I mean, according to most in this situation that we faced with COVID, Western world and innovation versus China and Russia and state regimes was 1-0. So how do we look on this, capacity of innovating within our system versus the state control systems? And the second comment, you mentioned antitrust. I want to picture this, our antitrust regime against, state aid. We give still a lot of state aid in Europe, and only in the energy sector we give 50 billion per year and going up every year. So how would you look at the state aid within this policy of moving forward our strategic autonomy? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I can take a couple more questions if there are any in the room. I don't see any more online right this very second anymore, or we can go, yes, please. Right, sorry, to the front. I'm sorry, please do introduce yourself.
Still difficult to speak with the mask.
Yeah.
Name's Daniel. Just a quick question. Do you think that EU competition law extraterritoriality, like for example in the Commission Intel case, do you think this is a tool for EU competition, for EU autonomy? How relevant do you think this is in this context of EU autonomy?
Thanks. Any more before we go back to the panel? That gives us plenty to chew over. Okay. Let me put the first one to you, which is this question of the COVID crisis, because we, in some ways, the roles are flipped. It wasn't a case of the more statist governments actually succeeding here. In fact, some of those vaccines were not the most successful, and the EU, on the other hand, did incredibly well in terms of its response, arguably certainly in the vaccination campaign.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, and that's why I think kind of, just to be clear, our research is nowhere near suggesting that we should not work with competitive markets, quite to the contrary, essentially just saying that in certain markets there is no meaningful competition in Europe anymore because the rules and the competition is taking place elsewhere. And that's where also kind of antitrust, I think, in this regard was mentioned. I think this is a very delicate issue where more cross-border consolidation in Europe is needed, but whether antitrust is really the limiting factor here is probably relatively rarely the case. There are some cases, and they should be considered in detail. But in many cases, like in banking, like totally fragmented, totally cut off from the US. Like my home country, Credit Suisse and UBS, which were like national hallmarks, globally leading players. When I talk to my US colleagues, they say, those mid-sized banks have no right of living. And it's kind of in those industries where it's certainly not the antitrust that's standing in the way. It's kind of political interference, it's the lack of a banking union, lack of a capital markets union, and so on. So just kind of on those 2 points.
Yeah, on the first question, I think there's enough research and experience to know that open liberal societies are just much better at innovating, even if there are points in which we think, a more autocratic society can channel resources and get things done. No, at the end of the day, once more, it showed that the way that the democratic systems work actually provide the kind of environment that allows you to attain this kind of issues. So yes, 1-0 for sure, there's no question about that. And that's why it's very precious to keep those values and not try to imitate the kind of things that we should not be imitating. Now, on the questions of antitrust and state aid, I think Europe, and Erasmus Thomas knows this much better than me, has been moving its state aid in a smarter direction than it did in the past, and has been doing it for some time. And we need to continue to do that and take the difficult decisions on where to pull out state aid, from subsidizing non-renewable energy to subsidizing agriculture where we should not be, to et cetera, to move it to the right directions. I think a lot of this is happening. So that's and some more courageous decisions would be useful. There was one final point that had to do with the extraterritoriality. Europe is not the only one to use extraterritoriality in competition policy, and I am by no means an expert on this, but I think that it's a regime that kind of seems to work, and it seems to work. I mean, competition policy and the collaboration between competition authorities across the world is something in extraterritoriality, is something that those of us that look at global governance arrangement are pretty amazed about how it works without having the kind of strict rules and regulations that are in there. It's a collaboration between peers, which for the time being pretty much seems to work, even with very antithetical situations. So, you know, as a first response, I don't see a huge problem in the way it's operated.
Sincere, pick up on any of those three questions.
Very quickly, on the COVID, for sure is 1-0 for the West, but I think, because I want to link to the issue of trust and numbers, the truth is that we do not know exactly what is going on in China and countries like Russia when it comes to COVID and how many people actually are dying. I mean, all the restrictive measures in China are not necessarily due to the very high number, it's just the zero COVID policy. So that basically you lock a country or a city or a huge city just because you may have found a few cases. So a big issue is really about the reliability of the information about what is going on. The other thing that we know is that technology is used to control people. So basically people are obliged to be home because they have an application and they can be tracked in their movement, but also on the state of their health. So this is one point. Very quickly on state aid, one issue that sometimes overlooked in the context of the RRF and the national plans is that resources which are often called investment in practice are resources channeled to the private sector. And I think it's sometimes quite difficult to distinguish what is real investment and what is a source of subsidy. And I think this will become clear quite soon as soon as the programs are implemented. But I think we are going to be in a situation where the difference between the two becomes quite blurred. Thanks.
Final word.
I totally
We've got a couple minutes left.
Yeah,
any of those particular
I
ones?
totally agree with Cynthia, so she took away my...
Sorry.
Because it's real. The fact is that you cannot put money only for companies. It's not the way, it's not investment. You need to create the architectures. And the architectures need to help the other companies and the other organizations to cooperate, to work together, but it's the infrastructure which makes the difference, and this is where the European Union should focus. And talking about the trust, you know that in the world now there is this Web3 thing which is happening. People are starting to complain about the fact that they do not own the data and they have to keep the data on their own. This is the same story. People start to trust the fact that they can be the digital body of themselves and they can use their data to create some value. And probably the advantage of European community and organizations are that the cultural, let's say, stamina of European people is individual, is democratic. So democracy is going to be the biggest factor of competitiveness in the future world if you are able to use this democracy connected and working in a very agile, flexible, and coordinated way.
I think that's a really good note to end on, the value of democracy in this entire debate, especially given what's going on in the world right now. So thank you very much to all my panelists. Thank you to the audience, both here and online, and have a great day.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Nice closing.
Dibattito interessante.
Hello and a very warm welcome to the 2022 edition of the State of the Union organized by the European University Institute in Florence. My name is Katharina Gnad. I'm a senior project manager for the European economy at the Bertelsmann Stiftung, who's partnering with EUI on this conference. The Bertelsmann Stiftung is a German foundation who, through projects, studies and events, stimulates debate and develops ideas for societal change in Germany and Europe. I'm delighted to moderate this panel, which is on greening and digitalizing the European economy and its repercussions on economic cohesion in the EU. Joining us today for the discussions are State Secretary Sven Giegold from the German Federal Ministry for Economics and Climate Protection in Berlin. A very warm welcome to you. Ivailo Kalfin, Executive Director of Eurofound, an EU agency providing knowledge on social and employment policies. A welcome to Dublin too. And last but not least, Julia Bachtrögler-Unger, an economist from the Austrian Institute for Economic Research, specializing in structural change and regional development. We are very happy to have you with us today for this discussion. For those of you participating via the digital platform, please submit your questions in the Q&A tab. Last but not least, if you want, you can tweet about this panel and the event using the hashtag SOU2022. So what is today's discussion about? We want to link really two topics that are often treated separately. We know that Europe is in the middle of a great transition to a more digital, but also to a no carbon economy. The Russian war against Ukraine has given yet another push for this claim or this goal to become a more resilient economy in Europe. At the same time, and that is the second topic, we know that the impact of these transformations that require big adjustments to people's lives and to the economy will be felt very acutely by citizens, and the impact will vary across EU countries and regions. We also know that too great a disparity in economic opportunities and social possibilities for further development jeopardizes the EU's ability to act. This puts the issue of European cohesion squarely back on the map with this twin transition. So what we will do in the next 60 minutes is that we will look at the likely effects of Europe's plans to greening and digitizing Europe, and we'll ask what policy measures can be used and maybe also be developed to strengthen cohesion along the way in Europe. We'll start with a short round of introductory remarks, and we would start with State Secretary Mr. Giegold. So what do we need to do now? It would be great if you could give us sort of your view where Europe's economy is heading and what that means for cohesion.
Thank you, and thank you also for the invitation. Perhaps very briefly to say that our ministry is a not totally unique blend, but at least for German politics it is new. We have the responsibility for the economy as well as for climate protection and also for structural funds and cohesion in Germany, but also within the European lawmaking. So obviously, as always in Germany, everything is coordinated with all other ministries. So, however, we are leading the process. So therefore, the topic of this workshop is very welcome, and it falls just in between our responsibilities. So first, I would like to stress that greening and digitalization is something which we are doing out of our own self-interest, but also because we are in Europe and our model of integration of society is under severe globalization stress. We are seeing that we are challenged by totally other concepts of organizing the relationship between the economy, their citizens, and states. This means we are under growing pressure of being more competitive. And therefore, what we have to do with regards to greening and digitalization is also a way of defending our own way of life, our values in the face of a tougher situation. And at the same time, the scarcities of the boundaries of the planet are coming ever closer. And this means we are already in Germany since some days have lived up, have basically reached already Earth Overshoot Day. So this means we have used more resources from creation than we actually should receive according to our global fair share. So therefore, I believe these greening and digitalization agenda is very much needed. This at the heart of our new coalition agreement, and we are taking this also into the European lawmaking. So we want to see a much more bold approach when it comes to building a digitalized economy, as well as reaching higher speed towards our climate objectives. And as we have seen as a consequence of the Ukraine crisis, this is not only an economic and greening challenge because of responsibility for future generations, but the greening agenda is also in our security interest. And that is, having said all this, I'm stressing this so much because it has consequences for the debates over cohesion. And because these pressures are there, the changes have to come. They are not contingent on new solidarity or new redistribution measures. However, of course, regions are hit in different ways, inside of member states and between member states. And this means the greening agenda, as well as the digitalization of the economy, will have regional consequences. And it will also have societal consequences. Although overall Europe will win, and the European economy will win if we green faster, if we digitalize faster, there will be parts of the economy and regional in regions which probably will lose. And therefore, there is a responsibility to strengthen what cohesion policy can do in order to relieve these unequal effects, which is also necessary in order to support the public support for this European agenda. However, not any change we are enacting towards more greening and digitalization can be met by European additional funds. What we did in the Corona crisis with the RRF is a huge contribution in the right direction. So not only that the structural funds are using more money in order to support, in particular, greening, social cohesion, but also the modernization of our economies, including digitalization. Now we have on top of this a huge program in order to support the greening and digital agenda. And that is now to be used in an effective way. More of the money should go into cross-border projects. So open amounts of money should not be used only for new national ideas, but unspent money can be used and should be used, for instance, for stronger cross-border energy infrastructure, closing loopholes in our railway system, so building a European infrastructure which integrates the continent and builds also the infrastructure for the energy transition. And on top of that, I think it is very important to say that we have to check that this big amount of money which the RRF offers now on top of the cohesion money is used effectively and free of corruption. We have seen too often that, in particular in countries which have systemic problems with good governance, this money has been used in order to feed vested interest. This has to be controlled much more rigorously. The Commission has to apply the rules which we have decided and not shy away in order to ensure that not only cohesion money but also RRF money is used free of corruption and to the best interest of European citizens. So therefore, it is very welcome that we do more. Greening and digitalization is in our own best interest. It is not contingent on ever more European funds, but a well-leveraged European funding for more cohesion is needed, is supported by our government, also in the framework of Fit for 55. But we do this in our own best self-interest. We cannot say only if all risk is covered by European money, we are moving our way of life, because if we would do that, we will lose in global competition and we will fail in the eyes of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, and we will come back to some of the issues. I'm particularly interested in the other speakers' views on whether we need more funds, but we'll save that for a later discussion. Mr. Kalfin, listening to Mr. Giegold's call for, or his vision, his long-term vision, that is, as he told us again, very much in the self-interest of Europeans and European countries, member states. The question, though, is where do we stand right now? So we know that a lot of adjustment will be needed from the economies and the citizens, and we are already facing some hardship in some areas. So it would be very welcome if you could tell us a little bit of where we stand today in terms of social and economic disparities in Europe, and what the likely effects of this might be in the transition.
Thank you very much, Katerina, and thank you for the invitation. The Eurofund is currently carrying out a number of research on these particular issues, and we keep producing some dedicated reports for that. To your question, I would like to make first a distinction between the green and the digital transition. And the distinction is in terms of the policy making, because the digital transition is anyway happening. I mean, we can accelerate it, we can use it better, but this is something which is on the ground and which is happening. While the green transition needs a top-down policy, needs an effort from the political level, and in order to be a fact, it needs also a large public support. And here we come to cohesion. I mean, if you don't have cohesion, if you don't have coherent societies, then the public support starts waning, and that's why this is very important to do that. One lesson that we need to learn from the past is that once putting this goal of the green and digital transition, and I think that they're indeed very important for Europe, they have to be pursued, because meanwhile we have different economic shocks. It was the COVID crisis, now it is the war in Ukraine, and they're going to have huge economic consequences. The thing is that if we lose sight on the longer term, and these are not so long-term goals of the green and digital transition, then we are going to lose the pace and lose the direction of the movement. So it's very important to absorb, to adapt, to counter the economic shocks that we have on the way, but not to lose sight on where we want to go. Since both green and digital transition are not something which is, I mean, the usual routine business of the economies, they are kind of economic shocks. And I would like to share very few slides with you and make an analogy how Europe dealt with the last two crises, 2008, the financial crisis, and 2019, and 2020, the COVID crisis. What we see is that the COVID crisis was a deeper one. The economic shock was much stronger compared to 2008. And the European response was totally different. And I'll try to show you that it had also a different effect. While in 2008-9, the main word was austerity, fiscal discipline, etc., and we expected the automatic stabilizers to go ahead. It was a totally different picture in 2020-21, when the European Union invested quite a lot in a smoother transition. Let me share with you a very few graphs. My colleagues produced them on the basis of very latest, actually this week's data from Eurostat. And you can see the difference between the two crises and the response of Europe between these two. So here, I'm sorry, but I'll show it that way. I understand that the presentation mode is not kind of working. So sorry for this, but I think they're very clear. So here on the first graph, this is GDP per capita. This is the first graph is the trend. The second graph is the growth of disparity. So this is the divergence or convergence that we see in the process. So looking at both graphs, we see there was a deeper fall in GDP with this latest crisis, and there was much faster recovery. At the same time, the disparities between the member states increased with the time, which means the differences between them increase with the time, in the aftermath of the crisis. If we look at the employment figures, again, we see a much lower effect on employment. And this is very much due to the SURE instrument, to number of instruments that the European Commission allowed and the European institutions allowed to use. So practically, we see that we practically restored the shock on unemployment for 2 years, which was not the case with the previous crisis. And here we see even a decrease of the disparities, a decrease of the divergence between the member states in terms of employment. Quickly moving to unemployment, we see a similar picture. I mean, unemployment was much less affected because of the measures taken, and we see convergence between member states also at the end of that. I would go to this figure, the needs, the ones that are not at education, not at training. Again, we see a much milder effect, and again decreasing, at least at the first stage of the disparities between the European countries. Last one that I would like to show you, very important for us, this is the gender employment gap. We see that in both crises there was a deterioration. I mean, some similar traits in this trend in the gender employment, but at the same time we have seen that this is going not in terms of convergence, but in the member states you have a larger divergence. So, what is the conclusion from that? The European policies make sense. If we want to promote the green and digital, the European support, including with financing, makes sense. And we have the huge more than 1 trillion Next Generation EU fund. I absolutely agree with State Secretary Giegold saying that they have to be corruption-free. I even exclude the possibility to think about corruption on these issues. But then these funds have to be directed properly in order not to create divergences and this process is opposite to cohesion. And I would like to finish with something that we published, Eurofound together with the European Environment Agency in the middle of last year, based on 2 different researches that we were making about the measures that are taken. And if you see, most of the measures, especially for greening, are taken for people with medium to high income. And there are quite few measures that are directed to the population which is with low income. And especially with the proposal of Fit to 55 and additional ETS schemes, there is a need that this amount of money, which is already available, is very well directed in order to keep the cohesion in the societies and therefore to assure the public support of the policies. If you don't have this public support, it's not going to work. Last sentence, very important again, Mr. Giegold said that we have to look at regional level, not only at national level. Because it might be okay at national level for employment. When we speak about green transition, we usually think about reskilling, upskilling, but the thing is that we have regions at risk. And we need to think through the regional perspective and to see what is the economic potential of the region with the green transition. Otherwise, we are going to keep eventually the employment figures, but we are going to have huge disparities among the European regions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So Julia Bachtrögler-Unger, you have worked for a number of years academically on cohesion policy and structural policy in the EU. And we just heard from Mr. Calvin that European policies make sense. So I want to ask you, from your outside perspective, how well is the EU, in your view, addressing the cohesion question? And do you think that the existing instruments are fit for purpose for these new challenges? We also heard from Mr. Giegold that we might not need new funds, but we might have to redirect them. So it would be very interesting to hear your insights on past experiences, but also then looking forward, whether this is sort of the right thing for the next phase, so to say.
Okay, so many important questions, and first let me also thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here to discuss these topics with you. Well, I mean, as Mr. Calvin has also pointed out, so there has been some progress in lowering disparities. However, disparities in GDP per head remain, as also this 8th cohesion report shows. And it's not only between countries, but it's also within countries. So we see that the cities grow much stronger, or that also rural areas close to cities are able to develop faster and are able to catch up better. So we see still some crucial intra-national disparities, which I think are necessary to address in the future, because also when you look at likely determinants of cohesion and of even regional development, such as the demographic change, such as the innovation performance, but also at the digital skills, for example, so pointing to the digital transition, you can also see this intranational and also international disparities. And I think this really motivates the focus and the strong focus on cohesion, also when looking at the measures for green and digital transformation. So I agree with the speakers before that we would go into increasing disparities, which would affect the social sustainability also in the long term. Well, what I think is really important, and okay, let me answer that question. So also following the 8th cohesion report, cohesion policy has positively affected cohesion. So the less developed regions profited most from cohesion policy. In the long term, all regions did profit, but these less developed regions profited more, which is good. However, we should really, I think, take a closer look at why certain less developed or also transition regions, for example, in Italy, but also in Greece, did not grow more. I mean, this cohesion report points to this possible development traps, and I think it's really important for the next, for this programming period, to take a closer look how the funds are used there. And as you asked me, should there be more funds, or should the funds be redirected? There's now a growing discussion on the smart specialization and measures to further develop innovation, performance, and development in lagging regions. And I think it's really important to think about it. And I think that there's also some evidence now that in some, for example, old industrial regions, or in some peripheral rural regions, it's really difficult to catch up, also in terms of innovation performance. And I think it's really important here to focus more on cross-border, as also State Secretary Giegold said, but also interregional cooperation. So I think it's will be really important in lagging regions, especially to improve the innovation system in the sense that the firms there and the industries there can cooperate with universities, not only in the region, but also in other regions, and so that there are some fresh ideas and innovation potential can be better exploited. Okay, I already said that digital transition is one topic, but the digital skills are unevenly distributed across cities and rural areas, but also across countries. And I think it will be really important to act now and improve the skills there, so that that all regions can really profit from digital transition and innovation potential which comes with this. Maybe also let me say one word. Cohesion policy has reacted very quickly to the COVID-19 crisis. Well, so there were very quick measures that allowed more flexibility in the usage of funds, and also flexibility so that the national governments could use funds to address the challenges in their country and to avoid too much employment reduction. That was really good. And also now we have the RRF, and I think one really a challenge in the next phase will be the implementation of these different programs and of these different funding instruments in parallel, so that the policy stays coherent. So there's a discussion also about the interaction between cohesion policy and the Recovery and Resilience Fund. The latter has not got explicit regional dimension, whereas cohesion policy of course has. And it will be important to see that these funding instruments do not counteract, so to say, each other. And also given the broad variety of targets, so digital transformation, green transformation, and cohesion as such, I think it's really important to have a look at these interactions between funding instruments and to strengthen synergies, for example, also between cohesion policy and the common agricultural policy, especially rural development programs, but also with Horizon 2020, and so on and so forth. Finally, maybe we will go on with the discussion. So I really think that this policy coherence will be crucial, and also coming from my profession, I think that monitoring and evaluation will be crucial in order to see what's going well, where are potential contradictory effects, and how can we join forces to reach these challenges we face.
Thank you very much, Julia. And you stressed an important point, and I would even add to this. You said we have to make sure that these different funding opportunities that we have at the European Union level are not contradicting each other, and ideally are sort of working in sync with each other and supporting each other. I would go a step further, and I would say that many of the regulatory initiatives coming out of the digital policy framework, but also of the Green New Deal, also have regional distributive implications, and that's sort of, you've opened the can of worms, and I'm putting even more worms in terms of complexity of the effects of these different initiatives. I invite and welcome everybody in the online audience to pose some more questions, and we will move now to questions and answers, and we'll try sort of to mix and mingle it a little bit, but I would also like to give the panel the possibility to react to each other, and I might combine this with some questions that have already come up. So this one question is, do you think, from the audience, do you think that the EU regions do enough for digitalization, for the digitalization agenda? So this is, if I interpret this question, this is sort of putting also some of the onus back to the regions and the countries. So can you maybe also say something about what you see as best practices, maybe at the regional or the national level, when it comes to managing the transformation independent, if you want, or in parallel to the EU's efforts, because we all know that most of the transformative action happens in the private sector, but also at the national level. But maybe there are also other points that you want to react to, having listened to your fellow panelists. Mr. Giegold.
Well, obviously they don't, because I live in the countryside, and regularly Zoom conferences are breaking down. And I can only say that after 15 years of bad governance, our region has not done enough to allow good life in the countryside when it comes to digitalization. So obviously, we have had so many discussions with different companies in order to improve accessibility, that now we have moved to an individual right to fast internet, which will probably solve then the problems that regions where it's less profitable to provide infrastructure will be provided properly. So therefore, I would like to respectfully contradict Mr. Kalfin. I don't know your proper pronunciation, sorry about this. So to say, digitalization is happening anyway. The greening is only coming with public policy. So first, as a personal victim, I can only say digitalization is not coming by itself. It also needs public intervention in order to be faster or slower. And because without infrastructure, and also without research and development, and without educational efforts, digitalization is faster or quicker. And therefore, it's also very much dependent on public policy. And if we don't do enough, we will pay for it. Except with the greening, it's not so much different. So if we take energy, renewables have made basically the economic race. They are much more competitive. They're getting more and more competitive, and in the end, we will see renewable energy systems all over the world. The question is only, will the transition be fast enough in order for our children to still have a good life? And therefore, I agree, we need a strong public policy to be fast enough and to limit the costs. But it's both contingent on public policy, and it's all a question about will we have the right speed? And what I would like to take up from what Julia was saying, and this is the key evaluation result, right? That even although we have been putting a lot of money into cohesion policy as a European Union, but also in the different member states, we have not seen that the weakest regions, in particular in Western Europe and Southern Europe, were able to catch up enough. And this is really a big problem, because if we spend a lot of money and we don't see the right effect, this should give us a rethink. I also was intrigued by the work of my former colleague in the European Parliament, Alexandra Geese, who always stressed that too little of the money is reaching women. Perhaps it would already have an effect if more women entrepreneurs and decision makers would get a larger share of what we are spending for cohesion money. Perhaps it would also increase good governance, but in any case, it would be socially fair. And there we also have to get better. And lastly, I think that, of course, and there I agree, if we speed up greening and it has distributional effect between regions, that can be a reason why we need also, to a certain extent, more cohesion money. I was only so skeptical to make that contingent, because if we are moving towards a European Union where decisions are only taken if they are paid for with European money, then the Union will fail. And that is very important to say, in particular when it comes to things which we have to do either for moral or economic reasons. And that is very important. The European Union is not a club where necessary changes are only made if they are paid for collectively. That would be a really poor show, and I can only tell you the Chinese will not act like this, and we will lose out if we are not speeding up and getting more efficient in that regard.
Thank you very much. So a call for speed, requiring public policy. I always like a good contradiction on the panel, so I'm looking forward to Mr. Kalfin's reaction to this point of whether there is really a qualitative difference between the digital and the green transformation in terms of public policy impetus. And the third one, I'm not entirely sure whether I got this right, but it sounded like, Mr. Giegold, that now more cohesion money might be an option. And beforehand you were a little bit more skeptical. But if I link this to what Julia Bachtrögler has said, is then we really need to make sure that we know the impact and we can trace and track the impact. And that comes back to governance questions. So if this is sort of another sort of strand of questions, is really the question whether we have the right governance for these tools. And we had a big discussion on the Recovery and Resilience Fund, particularly with the rule of law and conditionality. So sort of gearing up to the next multi-annual financial framework, do we need to see governance changes in addition to sort of maybe a goal reorientation? That's a lot of questions, I know, and the beauty of being on the panel with a lot of questions is that you can pick and choose what you like to answer. So Mr. Kalfin, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. A long list of questions to choose from. But I have to, because otherwise I risk to occupy too much time of the discussion. I mean, I would start with your first question, what governments or public authorities could do. I mean, irrespectively, it depends on the, of course, of the governments of the member state, whether this is stronger at regional level or more centralized at national level. There are two things in terms of digital that should, not could, but should be done by the public authorities. A, this is a good infrastructure. And B, this is the public services that need to take a leadership. And if we look for good examples, we could look at some of the Nordic countries, in some of the Baltic countries. I mean, take the example of Estonia, indeed a small country, but with the leadership of the public services and the use of internet for public reasons, practically made this shift happening. Otherwise, it's difficult to convince somebody living in the countryside, unless it's very much needed, that they need to increase their capacity in terms of digital. So this is what governments and public authorities could do, and I think we have enough good examples for that. But I'll take a minute for the other questions, and I think this is indeed an important question, whether this is a generic change or this is a policy-driven change, because we need to be clear with that if we want to manage it, and I think we all want to see a big advancement in both strands, in digital and in green. The thing is that indeed, and I agree with Mr. Giegold, that public policy could speed or delay a process, and for both cases. But in terms of environment, if we don't have active public policies, it's not going to happen. Or there will be some very small local initiatives or regional initiatives that are going to be there. So there, the public involvement is crucial. Unlike with the digital, where, I mean, it's very much business driven, and it's very much something that has the fruits, and the public support has to be directed to take these fruits. So that's why I would put a stronger attention on the green transition, because we need to have the clear public policy and the good public support. And again, looking at regional level, and I like very much what Julia said and what you mentioned, we have to look through this at regional level. We have started a project now between Eurofund and the Environment Agency, looking at the impact on the income distribution of the regional level from the green transition, which means to see the green transition through the eyes of the regions. What happens? What changes in the income distribution, in the purchasing power, in the quality of life of the region with the green transition. And I think this has to be very important in order to focus. And then public money is needed. Again, I try to prove that good European policies are more efficient. This is not a cash machine, I agree, the European Union, but it creates synergies. And very often, €1 spent at European level is much more efficient than the same euro spent at national level. Because of a number of reasons. I mean, if we go to that. So we need really to rationalize the funding, but the European funding has an effect. Not to keep dragging some regions forever, but to help them transform. And I think that the last instruments, including RRF, that's an experiment indeed. Let's see how this is going to work, but this is going in the very right direction.
Thank you very much, and a very expensive experiment if you want. Julia, I would like to come back to you, and you mentioned this need for policy coherence, and there's a question from the online audience, and it sort of ties in, maybe you have an idea. What can be done to improve multi-level governance for better results? And I would add, if you look at, you've studied the different governance systems of the cohesion funds, is there something, we now heard maybe we should give the money to women, but is there something from your research where you would say, also to policymakers, this is something that we should look into now moving forward, particularly if we're looking towards possibly reforming a little bit, let's hope, the multi-annual financial framework next time around?
Okay, I try to answer that. I mean, where maybe this relates a bit to the last question, but what I think is a factor that could potentially also hamper the full exploitation of cohesion funds, but also regional development in general, and national policies, is not only this digital divide, the other speakers also raised it. So I think the digital transformation is not only about infrastructure, it's also about the skills, and there we also, according to the numbers we see in the cohesion report, etc., we see this strong divides. And but another factor is maybe also this the participation of the working age population in employment. So there's also a very interesting figure on this labor market Slack, which says that in general in the EU, 15% of the extended working age, so labor force, is not participating fully. So not full time in the labor markets, and I think that this could be maybe something that should be addressed more, also by national policies, of course, and that would be something that could maybe also boost the absorption of the cohesion funds, so that the labor market potential, so to say, is actually really used. Regarding the governance structure, or let me maybe first say a word on this policy coherence, as we have these different targets, so digital transformation, green transformation, and still we want to stay competitive, and still we want to have this regional cohesion, right? So for the green transformation, and I agree that this is really crucial, and we don't have an option to not follow this path, so to say. I think it's really good that the cohesion policy has now this thematic concentration of funds to green targets, but I think we could go even further, and in the project selection it should be really looked at, does each project, so also not those directly targeted at green infrastructure, at green targets, but does the project counteract with green transformation. I'm thinking about programs in the urban developments or integrated territorial development. So I think it's really important, for example, for this soil sealing or decreasing mobility, that it's really, this green aspect is an important aspect and is considered in each project. And then again, I think that cooperation with this LEADER program, for example, in the Common Agricultural program, could be really, really helpful to also contribute to the green transformation, also in the projects which are on the first side not directly related to it. And I think it's really important to also avoid lock-ins. So I mentioned before this discussion going on in the literature also on how could lagging regions catch up better, how could they also implement smart specialization better, etc., etc. But I think that's also true for the green transformation dimension, so to say. For example, transportation infrastructure is still an important policy priority funded by cohesion policy in many countries, and I think it would be really good to go away from renovating and rebuilding the existing road system, for example, but to really rethink and have that in mind and create freight structures in rail, with rail transport, and etc., etc. So I think that's really important. And now coming to this multi-level governance, I think it's a problem and a challenge that different institution or managing authorities are responsible for the RRF, for national policies, for cohesion policy in many cases. But I think that cohesion policy institutional structure could be an opportunity maybe, or could be used, this concept of shared management, this cooperation between regional managing authorities and national governments and EU policymakers to maybe get the discussion and the cooperation going. So maybe these structures which are already there could be used. Maybe the cohesion policy institutional structure could be of help here.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned now that the need for maybe also a changed way of assessing the impact or doing impact assessment on new laws, and sort of maybe focusing more on these regional or these sort of societal impacts, but also on the regional level when we look at these huge and broad policy initiatives. The more I listen to the three of you, the more I realize how difficult it is to, I think the motivation is clear. We know we have this big transition, and we know it has various impacts on different regions and different societal groups. But the more I listen to you, the more I realize that the question of coherence, and to have a sort of coherent story that is then backed up by a coherent set of policy instruments, is actually the big challenge here, because it's so many different regulatory and funding options and opportunities are coming in that at the end of the day our heads are spinning, and the need to sort of have a clear idea of what the impacts of the different policy measures are is going to be a big challenge going forward. There's one question from the audience, and I'd like to sort of use this also to maybe get your views a little bit maybe outside the box. The question is, how can we do better to target left behind places? Because we know that being left behind has huge political impact, negative political impact, both for the support of the European Union, but also more broadly for the support of our political systems and democracy. And so maybe having worked on these issues for a while, maybe you have some ideas that you would like to share that are currently not covered with the system. And that can be, you can go a little bit creative on this, because this is a sort of long-running question, how we can get these regions out of the development trap, how can we sort of make left behind places develop quicker and further and catch up with the rest. So this is a long-term question, so maybe you have some sort of fresh and out-of-the-box ideas. If you don't worry. I think that's sort of, it's more than $1 million question, but it came up. But feel also free to sort of pick up on other things that have been said in the discussion. I have another question or comment, and I'd be very interested to hear your views. We know very much the patterns and the trends of convergence over the past 20 years. We know that a lot of the Eastern European economies, when joining the EU, have caught up, so this is sort of a big convergence story. Julia already mentioned the Cohesion report that then talks about some of these regions in development traps that are more in the south of Europe, some regions in the south of Europe. Do you expect, going forward, do you expect new patterns of divides with the green and the digital transition, or do you think it's basically the regions that have done well and the European citizens that have done well will do well in these transitions, and the ones that have been left behind beforehand will also suffer from these new adjustment needs, or do you reckon that there will be new patterns emerging? So these two things, we have to end sharply on time, I was told, so we have another 5 minutes, but also feel free to sort of pick up on other points that have been made. But these are sort of two new inputs to the debate. Mr. Kalfin.
Thank you. The first one, I mean, it might be a long answer. The shortest answer how to prevent regions lagging behind is to act preventively. Once a region is already lagging behind because of number of reasons, it's much more expensive to the society, to the public funds, to bring them back to work, and then you have the huge demographic issue usually in this region. So don't allow it happening, and this is very important to know when we are making the green transition. On the other question that you're putting, which is also extremely interesting, I mentioned that we did some research. I mean, when you are helping, for example, to buy electric cars, to insulate buildings, etc., these are excellent, beautiful policies. They're targeting middle and high income citizens. And think about when making this transition, who is going to bear the cost and how the cost is going to be bared. And this is also a key issue that I think we need to watch when making the green transition, because if you allow huge gaps and huge divide in the societies, then this is going to trigger a number of problematic developments, including lagging behind regions, including social unrest, etc., etc. So think about the cohesion of the society when thinking about the measures, what should be done in order to make the green transition. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a good option. In order to help the left behind regions, you avoid having the left behind regions. But I totally see your point that it is very difficult to get out of this trap once you're in. So maybe Julia, you would like to jump in, and maybe also you have some first indications of this, let's say, map of risks, but also map of eligibility for future funds and the question mark whether this is going to change.
Yeah, so I think that that will be an important question to think about. Yeah, maybe the funding distribution, because yeah, so I totally think that the green transformation will reshape, so to say, the regional landscape, and depending on geographical locations. So for example, regions directly affected by floods, for example, will be more affected, but also regions with a high share of hard-to-abate industries, such as the steel industry with a very CO2 intense production. And I mean, okay, there's also this just transition mechanism already implemented, which will help these funds. But also this is one policy instrument interfering with cohesion policy and the other policy measures we talked about. And yeah, so again, I think monitoring and the evaluation will be crucial here to understand the different interactions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll leave it with that.
and the last word goes to State Secretary Sven Giegold.
I have to leave very soon, sorry. So only to clarify what I was saying on more or less funds and so on. I hear quite loud calls for creating new types of large common funding structures. And I've heard this in the political arena now over the last weeks, and this is the reason for the warning, while partly the same countries take very skeptical negotiation positions when it comes to the greening agenda or to more integration at European level in general. And that doesn't fit together, and this is the reason why I was making my point. Second, we have very difficult negotiations on the Fit for 55 package, which includes in particular a new approach to emission trading, which is very important in order to achieve the green objectives. And in this framework, if there is an ETS2, it is legitimate to have additional resources in order to help those regions affected most. And we have just put out a very specific proposal how to beef up the modernization fund under the ETS system in order to help countries, in particular in Central and Eastern Europe, in the catch-up process with the greening. However, I was also said, but only if the ETS2 proposal is actually coming. So you can't have both, calling for more solidarity and blocking green progress. So that is not going to happen. And that is what I wanted to say, and I wish you well and all the best.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for clarifying this. We have come to the end of our panel. Thank you very much for joining us, and stay tuned for the next round of sessions. You have the choice between digital identity, transatlantic perspectives on democracy, challenges of climate change-induced migration, or the question whether the war in Ukraine will weaken Europe's climate and energy policy. So with this preview of many interesting panels and discussions going forward in this conference, I leave you and thank the panelists very much again, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the State of the Union. We have a full room here in the Sala Buonsanti for this session on seizing the digital identity and payments opportunity, national and EU experiences. I am Andrea Renda. I'm a professor of digital policy here at the EUI School of Transnational Governance. And I am accompanied here today for this session by a fantastic lineup of speakers. We'll have 3 speakers remotely connected, 3 speakers here in the room. So in the order of appearance, we will hear about the digital identity and payments opportunity from Ronnie Khan from the European Commission DG Connect. You will hear from Teemu Kääriäinen, which I'm told is a slightly a different way of pronouncing his real family name, which I'm not able to fully pronounce. But Kääriäinen is Teemu from the Finnish Ministry of Finance. We will hear from Ángel Martín from the Department of Digital Administration of Spain. And then we have here with us Silvana Filipponi, Head of Digital Identity at the Presidency of the Council of Ministers of Italy, Mirko Calvaresi, CIO or Chief Information Officer at PAGOPA, and you will hear more about PAGOPA and what this company does during the course of our conversation. And we have with us also, and we are very happy to have with us Stefan Verhulst, who's a co-founder and the Chief of Research and Development at the GovLab at NYU. So thanks, Stefan, for being with us today and coming over to Florence. I know that it's always a big sacrifice to come over to Florence. Well, listen, guys, I mean, I've been studying, you know that I've been around quite a while studying digital policy, and I have enough memory to remember a cartoon that appeared in 1993 in the early days of the internet, where there were 2 dogs surfing online, and one was saying, "It's fantastic, nobody knows you're a dog," okay? Well, 3 decades down the road, everybody knows if you're a dog, meaning your identity is everywhere. We've gone through a process in which our data, our personal data, and our identity, the different ways in which we exercise and we show our identity online is largely centralized in the hand of a fistful of players. And meanwhile, there has been a movement for trying to bring back control over our data and what we do with our data to the users, right? In what we call user-centric approaches. The European Commission has been one of those institutions that have led this gradual transitioning, or this attempt at gradually transitioning from a very centralized, cloud-based, but privatized management of our identities to a more federated approach, and now today towards trying to give more control to the end users of digital identity. So I want to start by asking Ronnie Khan what the European Commission has done and where the European Commission wants to go and where the EU institutions more generally want to go with digital identity. And then we'll hear from the member states. But Ronnie, thanks very much for being with us today, and I'll hand over to you.
Yes, it is about reaching several objectives and ambition levels. So if we talk about objectives first, having a real identity, digital identity, is a key to digitalization. And I will sort of disagree with you on not everybody knowing about dog, because a lot of the identity provers out there, like Facebook and Google and Apple, there's no root of trust. It could be a dog. Nobody will know. So it's about fixing that issue and providing digital identity to everybody else. So this has to do with digital sovereignty. We can't be dependent on somebody else. We can't have these big corporations controlling this aspect of our life. And ultimately, this has to do with the internal digital market in Europe, and building an identity-based ecosystem around that. So these are basically the objectives here. So if we talk a little bit about ambitions, so the ambition is to have something that's widely deployed, both in the public space and also in the private space. So, and it should work seamlessly cross-border, meaning that there shouldn't be a different form from an Italian citizen to identify in France compared to how a Frenchman does that. So this has been tried out using, as you said, a federated model. And I think what we have learned from trying to do that is that this doesn't work. So what we are proposing now is a harmonized model where everybody looks the same, walks the same, and behaves the same. So the only difference is that what comes out of an Italian ID is about an Italian citizen, and what comes out of a French mean is about a French citizen. But it should be like your passport or your payment card. It doesn't matter where it comes from, you can use it anywhere. So these are the ambitions we are having. We want to have this very secure. We want to cater for privacy to an extent that is not here today for those private parties doing this. So privacy is a key aspect of what we're doing. But we also need to understand that we are competing with the big guns from California. So it has to be convenient. You can't make something that's super secure, super privacy-oriented, but totally hopeless to use. So it has to have a very high degree of convenience so people, in payments we talk about invisible payments, when it sort of disappears. And this should be the case here also. You shouldn't really think about that you have to identify yourself. It should be so convenient and easy that it just kind of happened by magic. And all of this is to ensure that we have a broad uptake. So we really like to have this in the hands of all citizens. It is not like they have to have this. This is optional. It's their choice. But we would really like them to do this voluntarily and see the benefit of having this one. And we would like to have this frequently used, like every day or something like that, on average. That would be the real case. And I'm not telling fantasy stories there. So we have a developed market for electronic identities where this is almost used every day. And we want to have that ambition also on the European level, and we want to have that independent of the borders. So it shouldn't be an issue if you use this in France or in Germany. It's the same, it's used. So these are the ambitions and objectives we are catering for.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. So it's a complicated endeavor that is also a multi-level endeavor, meaning that it really requires implementation at the national level, addressing challenges at the national level, doing this in a way that doesn't deviate too much from what is being done in other countries. So it's a double challenge, if you wish. So I'd like to explore a little bit more what is happening at the national level, because it seems that different countries are addressing this challenge in a slightly different way, also because they have different starting points. They had been doing different things before, right? So we have 3 countries represented. We have 2 national representatives that are connected online. So I would like to start with Teemu to ask you what is the experience on the digital identity project in Finland. So I'll give you the floor, and then we will hear also on the Spanish experience.
Okay, great. Thank you, Andrea. I'm Teemu Käären from the Finnish Ministry of Finance, Senior Advisor in the Finnish Digital Identification Development Program, and I'll give you a brief overview of the national guiding principles of the digital identification work that we're doing in Finland and how we're aligning our work with the EU-level digital identity wallet initiatives, especially keeping in mind the evolution in digital identities as discussed by Ronnie. In general, Finland emphasizes the role of a state-issued core identity on top of which the digital identification is being built nationally. So the key focus area of the evolution of digital identities in Finland is the concept of self-sovereignty, so that the core identity is at the control of the individual and that the issuer of the core identity cannot track where and how the individual uses the core identity. Through this, our aim is to achieve better data protection and better privacy for the individuals in their digital transactions. To achieve these goals, we've initiated a national digital identification development program whose aim is to build a national solution for digital identification for Finnish citizens and also for foreigners using Finnish digital services, so that the solution is built on the concepts of core identity and self-sovereignty. Like you mentioned, an important aspect of the national program is to ensure interoperability with the upcoming eIDAS regulation, both in semantic and in technical protocol level. So our goal is to build the solution using open standards that are aligned with the standards and protocols defined in the EUDI toolbox work. At the same time, we also emphasize the importance of not limiting ourselves to the digital identity wallets for natural persons, but also to promote the role of the organizational digital identities and digital wallets for the companies. We really see this as an important enabler to digitalize many of the company-related processes, of which many are manual at the moment. So at the end of the day, our aim is to offer a solution that is widely adopted both in public and private sectors. This way, it would be possible for private sector entities to take advantage of the state-issued core identity also in private sector wallets, and to offer the possibility to use private sector-issued electronic attribute attestations or similar credentials in the national wallet solution. And the goal really is to build an ecosystem with multiple coexisting trust frameworks, both from the public and private sectors, and both national and cross-border. Finally, I'd like to use this opportunity to emphasize the role of the Digital Europe program funded cross-border piloting as an important enabler to really reap the benefits of cross-border use of the digital identity wallets. At the moment, Finland is taking part in several consortia that have formed to seek funding from the DEP program. And from national perspective, the main goals of the DEP-funded piloting is to promote the national implementation of the digital identity wallet solutions, ensuring cross-border interoperability, and also to give the possibility to really influence the regulation and the toolbox work with concrete proposals.
Thank you very much, Teemu. This interplay between public and private providers and this web of frameworks that you have described is something that I would like to ask you, more details about maybe later in our conversation, and also how many sort of variable geometries there exist in between the different consortia across member states, and is this becoming a patchwork of initiatives, or is this something that is emerging in a harmonious way in Europe? It's very interesting to find out, because it will determine the success of an initiative like this. I will move to Angel to see whether he sees this challenge in the same way, or whether there are different choices that have been made in Spain. So Angel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here. Yeah, we have a lot of points in common with our Finnish colleagues. Spain has a long-standing record regarding digital identity. We started a specific regulation on electronic identification and signature back in 2003, particularly about electronic relationships between citizens and the Spanish public administrations. Now we have a very solid legal framework at a national level, but also at a European level, where we must point out the eIDAS regulation, a key regulation that reinforces the single market and relationships between the European citizens. In Spain, citizens have the right to use electronic means with public administrations. Moreover, private companies must use these electronic means when they connect to public administrations. Also, we promote the so-called model digital by default when we design new administrative procedures. Accessing electronic services requires digital identity. In this way, since 2006, all Spanish citizens have the National Digital Identity Card. This Spanish electronic mean allows them to identify and to sign digitally. Public administration must accept these electronic means, and we issued more than 52 million of that national digital identity cards. Apart from that, we have built a single gateway called Clave to identify natural or legal persons when connecting to public services. This gateway offers a number of identification means depending on the level of assurance of the server they want to connect to. In this gateway, it is possible to use from a one-time password, a permanent password, a digital certificate, or that national digital identity card. Moreover, you can use the IDA system when a European citizen wants to connect to a Spanish public services. Last years, the number of citizens demanding digital public services has increased. So the administrative burden has also been reduced. We currently have 15 million user credentials issued in the Clave system, with a significant uptake of up to 6 million in the past 2 years due to the pandemic. Now we are immersed working in the proposal to amend the IDAS regulation. We welcome this proposal that envisions that citizens must be in absolute control of their personal information data. That is a right, because identity is what we are, and it needs the property of portability. Also, it is proposed to use that digital identity in a simple and easy way, also in a cross-border context, and not only in the public administration context, but in addition, when citizens interact with private companies. We also welcome the proposal stating that identity is much more than simply identification. We understand that identity is much more complex and includes many identity attributes, such our marital status, the driving license, our medical record, our academic diploma, and so on, but also our gym card, our credit card, etc. Under the IDAS new regulation, member states will offer citizens and businesses digital wallets that will be able to link their national digital identities with proof of other personal attributes, such as diplomas or driving license, for instance. We are exploring a new way of identification that we think would fulfill what the IDAS is looking for, using a decentralized perspective in the self-sovereign identity model. So we are piloting a project in the scope of some Spanish universities. In that project, we will use a digital wallet. That wallet will be downloaded from the Android or Apple stores, and the wallet will contain not only a basic identity based on the national identity card, but some other credentials, like, for instance, the student card. Later on, these identity attributes, also named digital credentials, could be presented from the wallet to many different services that will require those credentials. From our work in recent years, we believe that the ID wallet is a simple, straightforward, yet powerful model to deal with the user's digital identity, accessing both public and private services.
Thank you very much, Angel. And it's good that you introduce also the digital wallet as the new frontier also at the EU level of the way in which digital identity will be managed, right? And just for the people in the room and the people remotely connected, I think it's time also to take a little bit of a break and a little bit of a breath of oxygen, because what we heard is very technical and at the same time is super important for every citizen, right? Because the future of our digital identity rests in our ability to have at our disposal an interface that is as user-friendly as possible, where we know which of our attributes and which parts of our identity, which aspects of our identity are being shared and are being used in various activities, and also what kind of authorizations, what kind of level of sharing of our data is emerging. So sorry for taking a little bit of a break to take stock, because this is about, to some extent, the future of citizenship, right? So it is a very important thing. And within this digital wallet, which we can call as a sort of a platform that we have, where we can then launch different applications, within the digital wallet, one of the key use cases is that of digital payments. So we have with us Silvana Filipponi today, who is actually not only in the Italian government dealing with digital identity, but also she is the one that is coordinating for this specific use case, all the collaboration between the European governments on the payment side. So, Silvana, we're super happy to have you with us. Again, I know what a sacrifice was to come down, to come to Florence. And so now that you are here with us, I will ask you to tell us a little bit about your experience and what kind of challenges and opportunities you see going forward.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure. I hope you can hear me well. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, you are absolutely right. I mean, the payments is one of the fundamental use cases we are looking at within the European Digital Identity Wallet, not the only one. And Italy is coordinating this group, which is participated by the other member states, by the European Commission, and we are working very closely also with the stakeholders of the payment ecosystem. And the objective is really to understand how we can make payments using the European Digital Identity Wallet in an easy way, where the user, of course, have the control of their data. And under the user perspective, I think what is important to say, as was mentioned before, is that the wallet will be in the hands of every citizen that will want to use. So there is a big value for them to also have payments capability in it, because payments is what is driving everyday digital usage, and it will be the ability to make payments with that. But also is equally important, in my perspective, also the industry perspective, because so there have been significant improvement in the European payment market in terms of the single digital market, but there's still some national solutions do not work cross-border, and there's the opportunity to really work toward one single digital market for the national solution and for the European Union. I mean, we are looking specifically at two things within the group. One area is the authorization, and with the financial services becoming more and more digital, this is increasingly important to have customer authenticating remotely in a secure way. That's one piece of the job, and this is where digital identity can absolutely have a crucial role. You know that the payment ecosystem has moved toward a strong customer authentication, but still there are differences in the way this is implemented, and also the national identities at the current level into the EIDAS current framework are not harmonized. And this is where the European Digital Identity Wallet can be fundamental, because it will be harmonized, will be one way, and will help any player in the industry to really see the market, the European market, as one market. And this will be possible for the large financial institutions, but also for the small and the newcomers, and this is, of course, a value. But the other thing we are looking at is really how to make payments using the wallet. That means, as I said by the colleagues before, having the user who can download payment credentials into his wallet, starting from existing payment methods. The one is available today, and the one will be available in the future, because the wallet wants to be open to any payment means, and using those payment credentials, he can sign payment orders. He will be the one and sending those to the payment ecosystem. And I think what is especially interesting in this scenario is that the user will be able also to share, and there is control, other attributes of credential, for example, related to his identity or to his diploma or other credential at the same time. And this will allow him to make payment transactions that require those information. Think about if you needed to purchase an item which requires proof of age, for example, or think about if you are eligible to a discount because you are a student. So at the time of the payment, you need to demonstrate. Or if you are renting a car and you need to share the driving license at the time. So I think the simplicity and was already mentioned one of the things, and we are trying to work all together really to make that happen in an easy way, so to be open to really everyone who wanted to use. But the other aspect that was equally mentioned is about the user being in control of all those data under the privacy, but also in his willingness to share with the certainty that just the attributes which are specifically relevant for that specific transaction are shared, not the rest. So everything is fascinating from one end, but equally challenging for us. And as a group of people, I think it was mentioned before, as a group of member states, is extremely important that they continue that conversation and collaboration, but at the same time, try to have things in practice. And this is coming back to the point raised before by the colleagues. We are working on those consortia, on those groups of member states to really try and practice those things and have feedback. So these are, we are forming those consortia now, but this will happen in the next months when we really see in practice how these things work and what the benefit for the user and for the industry will be. And this is, again, is the start of the journey toward more innovation in this space, even if, I mean, it's already very active in that area.
Thank you very much, Silvana. And it's fascinating, and obviously I have several follow-up questions. We will have some time at the end for a conversation. But I just list them now so you start thinking about them. And one is, yeah, we're talking a little bit like about citizens with superpowers, if you wish, right? That's good, right? We all become superheroes. We all see what we haven't seen until now, how our identity spreads in this rather obscure environment, which is cyberspace, right? And we have to learn how to juggle with these things and how to use them. But obviously, the question is, are citizens ready for it? First of all, do you think the uptake will be fast enough? And second, there is a much easier way. Obviously, I'm provoking you. There's a much easier way. The tech giants out there already know exactly everything about you, and they already have the payment systems. You know, you go to Apple and Google, they know perfectly how to manage those things. So why do we have to put together this huge castle of trying to have consortium, member states, and public things? Obviously, it's a rhetorical question. There are very good reasons for doing this. I would encourage the audience and also the people remotely connected to start thinking about the reasons why. Perhaps I can bring in quickly Ronnie about this, whether you think you see this movement in member states that is facilitated and orchestrated by the Commission, moving quickly enough and effectively enough for us to accomplish this sort of repatriation exercise where we sort of get back a little bit our identity and are able to manage it somehow without having the digital transformation as something that is done to us. We become protagonists of the digital transformation. Ronnie, how do you see this?
So I think there's a huge momentum behind doing this, but I'm a very impatient man, so I always want to see more speed, more progress, things to happen. Because this is urgent. Somebody called this digital emergency of Europe, that we need to get this rolling, unless we are going to be some strange place where people go for holidays. We need to get the digital part of the economy up and working. And these tech giants that are doing all of this, these are not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. So we already see that a lot of those parties are this in phrasing the banks and financial institutions by placing them as middlemen between the customer and the financial services. And this is what they do. They do this all over the place. And on top of that, there is no control over data, what they do, what kind of analytics they run, and all these kind of things. There are laws, but they are not safeguards. They're not technical safeguards against them doing whatever they want. So yes, things are progressing, but I think we really could need more speed there, because this is all taking a big step into the future. So this future will happen. The only question is who would be in control there? Would it be the states and the Europeans, or will we be the serfs of somebody from California? So yes, it's a mixed answer, I'm afraid, but it's the best answer I can give.
So we need speed, but as a famous ad said, I think it was sports shoes, right, a while ago, I'm not going to say the name of the brand, speed is nothing without control, right? But how to achieve these controls? Different countries have tried different strategies to get to this level of control. Less than 3 years ago, in Italy, a state-owned company was set up exactly to try and help address the challenges of the transformation that the digital economy confronts us with. And that company is PAGOPA, and yes, we are very happy to have Mirko with us, the Chief Information Officer of PAGOPA. And Mirko, can you tell us a little bit, because this is a rather peculiar way in which Italy has addressed this problem. It is slightly different from the national experiences that have been presented until now. So why don't you sort of bring us through, walk us through this very fascinating story.
Thanks for introducing me. I'll try to tell you the story of our company, how it was born.
Try to speak up a little bit, because I
I will try.
For the people in the room.
So PAGOPA was established in 2019, and with the idea that to help the government to spread up the digital innovation. At the core of PAGOPA, the first challenge was given to PAGOPA was the digital payment platform. That's why also our name comes after this name, but we do more than that. I will try to explain later on. So basically the idea was that if you speed up the adoption of digital payment, that drives also the adoption of digital identity and all the other services in the ecosystem. I think that our story and our experience proves that that's definitely the case. I'll try to tell how it works during these years. So basically, at the beginning, the platform was PAGOPA. PAGOPA is a digital platform for payment that connects the payment service provider with the citizen. And during this year, our goal was to industrialize this platform and make this platform reliable at the national level. We have seen that was extremely successful path in the year. We've seen in the last year we reached the number of 182 million transactions, and already in the first quarter of this year we are already having in the platform 81 million transactions. So we are seeing an increase in more than 120% year by year between 22 and 21, despite the COVID phase, but obviously slow down all the process for everyone. So digital payment has two major benefits. This platform has two major benefits for the two actors, which are citizen and public entities. From the citizen side, obviously, you have a simplified payment experience, and you have more than one payment methods in the platform you can use. So you can use your account, you can use your credit card, and so on. And we are working to extend the number of the payment method we support. And also from the public entity, you have the big major advantage of a radical simplification on the accounting procedure, and also a simplification on the technology barrier to adopt the digital payment. And that was one of the key part of the success at the beginning. But later on, we also work on another application. We are very proud of it, and it's the digital application for the citizen, which we call Io. Io is the first person on the Italian, so it means myself. So Io is the application, it's a digital application for the citizen in Italy. Through Io, you access the payment, so it's one of the challenges we can use. You can use to pay, to use PAGOPA platform, but you can use in EO also, for example, the COVID certificate, and so on. At the moment, as a public entity, you interact with EO using API, so programmatically. All our products, in fact, use API to speed up the adoption or are interoperable without any programmatically. And you can send messages to the users, and this message can have a payment attached to it. So you enter the app using the two main digital identities that are currently used in Italy. One is called SPID, which is mostly offered by private identity provider, and the other one, which is derived by the digital identity card. Once you access the app through this identity, you can have message or you can have payments. You can download your digital COVID certificate and other services. Currently, we have more than 7,000 public entities connected to EO. We offer to the citizen more than 87,000 services. There were
87,000 services.
Yes,
Okay.
services offered from local service municipalities to reminder to or the way to pay your kindergarten and so on, and taxes, local taxes and so on. Talking about download, we have reached the number of 29 million downloads of the app, and we count at the moment over 6 million unique users per month. So it's very common app for the Italian citizen, and most of the Italian citizens have already at least used at least one our app. There were two major projects that really contributed to speed up the adoption of EU app. And the first one is, as I mentioned, the COVID certificate lately, but before, Italian government introduced a cashback program.
Cashback.
And this program was meant to speed up the adoption of digital payment. And the idea was to use EO as touch point of the digital of the program, and so to collect payment made on the physical shops and so on. So basically, EO was the touch point. So you access the app with your digital identity and can get your cashback directly on the app. The way we did that is working together with the acquirer ecosystem in order to capture the transaction directly at the point of sales. That was extremely successful. More than 9 million people joined the program. And we observed directly that this program, also the number of digital identity increased at the time linearly in perfect correlation with the adoption of the project. So there was a really direct statistical connection that can be visible between the adoption of digital, the digital payment and the digital identity. And that's already the case and that's definitely the case for us at the moment. With this experience of cashback, we are now working on the next level of services which combine digital payments with welfare. So in order to provide, for example, social benefit directly in the same way that was the cashback development, basically. So that's what we are currently working at the moment. That's our experience in the field. We see that there are digital payment is not only a core part of the digital transformation, but there is a natural direct link between the payment experience and the digital identity of the user. So we see directly in our experience. We are also working on and we are very looking forward to the evolution of this wallet, and we already do some experiment internally to see how it will fit. Obviously, we consider our application a natural candidate for experimental the digital wallet in the Italian scenario. And there are other platforms that we are working on. Our ultimate ambition in the 5-year program is to provide to public entity the entire set of tools to digitalize the user experience to the user. So coming from the identity to digital payment to digital notification and interoperability between data. So that's our current main goals for the next year. So that's our experience so far.
That's a very interesting experience that, again, is very peculiar, as I was saying before, but also promising, because I could tell you I left the country a few years ago as an Italian when I went to teach in the United States back in 2015, and nothing like this existed at the time. So, and then I still am based in Brussels now. So, you know, when I look at Italy doing these things, I still don't believe it. Only when I set foot in this country, I see that there are some things that actually have happened. And one of the things, for those of you that are social scientists, I think that's pretty important. One of the things that justifies this is that for once, sorry, I don't want to be too critical of my country. I mean, I love my country. But for once, there has been a consistent stream of initiatives for the last 7 years, right?
Yeah,
so, I mean, you don't believe you can't believe how magical how many magical things can an Italian do if he or she doesn't change his or her mind for 7 years in a row. Right? I'm not sure we find many examples like this, but I think it's a good example. So let me, while I ask the audience remotely connected, but also the audience here to get ready to ask questions, we will have our last speaker. And for the audience connected remotely to use the Q&A tab if you want to ask the questions. Lucia, our co-moderator that I will introduce in a few minutes, will collect those questions. I want to move to Stefan. Because Stefan, you've heard a little bit all these experiences, and you know, for me and for many of us, you are a data guru, right? You are, you know, everything data is Stefan. And so if there's anyone that has a crystal sphere, it's Stefan. So my question is very direct, meaning we are trying here to achieve what I have defined, I don't know if you agree with this, as a sort of Copernican revolution, right? From our identity somewhere out there to our identity next to us. Is this something that is going to work? How do you see this happening? Is the future of digital identity governance decentralized and in our hands?
Yeah, no, thanks so much, Andrea, for having me on this panel. And again, you raised too many expectations by your introduction here that I'm sure I will fail to live up to. But I do want to pick up on both your framing of a Copernican revolution, but also build upon what was mentioned here before, because I think the real Copernican revolution from my end is not just about decentralization, because the question is, of course, is the technology really the problem here, or are there other elements that we need to take into account? And I have been working on digital identity for the last 20 years, and frankly, the fact that we still have a conversation here is that we need to have a paradigm shift, right? A Copernican revolution in thinking about digital identity. And from my point of view, the real Copernican revolution, if we think of in terms of Copernicus, who really, made the revolution by actually shifting our thinking about what's at the center, right? I think the real Copernican revolution is that we need to move away from technology at the center to really put purpose at the center. And what's the purpose for which we need identity? And what's the purpose for which we need to share certain kinds of identity attributes? Because different purposes will require different identity attributes. And if we don't really focus on the purpose, then we will actually develop the best technology that doesn't serve the purpose that we have in mind, which is really interesting to hear that the initial purpose, for instance, was payment. Yeah. And then based upon actually really being focused on serving that purpose, you established a technology that then can be reused for other purposes, but you at least have optimized for one purpose moving forward. And my concern with a lot of the digital identity discussions is that they build a technology that supposedly has to serve all the purposes, right? Which turns out is very hard to do. And more importantly, you don't really have the engagement with the citizen then to really enable them to really figure out what are the kinds of attributes that you want to share for the purpose for which you need to share attributes. And that's the decentralized, where the decentralized technology comes in, where you actually do give the individual more power or control to determine what attributes you want to share, knowing what the purpose is. Because in the past, there was really no option to even negotiate about the attributes for the purpose for which you wanted to share. And I think that's the Copernican revolution. Now you do need to, of course, then have a discussion about what are the purposes, right, that require identity. And that's where, from my point of view, we need a lot more emphasis on what I call digital self-determination, right, where you actually have a certain agency to determine, right, is this a purpose for which I actually do need to share certain kinds of attributes, and what are the attributes that I then want to share, but also have participation in actually the choices of the design of the identity as well. And I think that's really a broader notion of digital self-determination that, from my point of view, needs to be harnessed. And it's not just technology, right? It's process, how do you engage with citizens around the design choices, but also participation in actually defining the purposes, because we only have talked about a few purposes, but there are massive purposes, such as, for instance, contributing to research, right, that are actually currently not feasible because we don't have that kind of Copernican revolution that you mentioned as well. Now, a last thing I want to mention is that clearly the Copernican revolution quite often is associated with the Renaissance, right? But if you just walk around in Florence, you know that for the Renaissance you actually did need some stewards, i.e. funders, that actually funded and stewarded the Renaissance. And I think governments have a huge important role to play. And again, piggybacking on the example, to really determine this is a purpose that is worth investing with regard to digital identity. And I think governments can become the steerers of an identity by actually focusing on a few use cases and saying, let's make sure that we can do this use case well in a manner that complies with citizens' expectations, and then see what other things you can do once you have those use cases and those purposes basically met. And so, anyway, to summarize and to answer your question, I think from my point of view, the real Copernican revolution is to, in the identity space, to become less tech-focused, but more purpose-focused, and really focus on what's the purpose for which you need identity, and then do it right, and consistently, as was mentioned.
Totally agree, totally agree. As a technologist, I agree with your point, because without a purpose, without real benefit to the end user, there is no, technology in itself is really natural, and people are not, there is no adoption without a really advantage for the end user on a purpose that is clear for everyone. Totally agree.
Thanks, Mirko. And this also marks our transition to the final part of our panel, which is the Q&A part. So first of all, I want to introduce you. As I already mentioned, we have a co-moderator, is Lucia Bossoer, and she will collect, if any, questions from the people remotely connected. At the same time, I would like to sense whether there's people in the audience here that want to ask questions. There is one person, let me see, there's 2 questions. Would you agree that we start collecting these 2 questions first? And I also would like to encourage our panelists that are remotely connected to think about offering comments to what the panelists down here have been saying, and vice versa. So I will ask you to signal your intention to comment in a second. So let me see, let me collect these 2 questions. And please introduce yourself, even if I know who you are. And please, if you have a question that is addressed specifically one of the panelists, please say so.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm Ines. I'm an STG EUI master student. And I have a couple questions, actually. One is for Angel. Hola, Angel. As a fellow Spanish, I understand that, yeah, I've been communicating with the government through my phone, which is great. But how does Angel, how do you see this when there's challenges, like when there's unprecedented problems like the COVID crisis, but also like, okay, yesterday was pandemic, but next year maybe it's like a natural disaster, and we need like clear communication with the government, and there's like many people that were struggling with getting access to the government's financial aid during the pandemic. So I was wondering, how do you build resilience in this digital platform so that make sure that people can access? And the second question is for Silvana. So you mentioned the European Digital Identity Wallet. The question is, how do you envision inclusivity? Like, how are you going to make sure that it actually reaches the people that are already marginalized or don't really have access to digital in the first place? So thank you so much.
Thanks, Ines. This is super clear. We were having a conversation earlier this morning with Silvana about this. Let me collect the second question. There was a question.
Thank you, Andrea.
Here.
Hi, I'm Carolina
Hello.
Lorenzo, Media for Europe,
Yes.
known as Mediaset in Italy. My question is both for either Mr. Verheist or Ms. Filipponi. It's a digital ID with a purpose, and so I would like to link this with the recent major decision agreement in trilogue on the DSA, which has introduced a ban on targeted advertising to minors. So my question would be, will the digital identity wallet be a means for age verification to make sure that this ban is implemented successfully? Thank you.
Okay, very well. So there are, first question was for Angel. So maybe Angel, I can ask you to answer the question.
Thank you very much. Well, about challenge, well, as it has been said, well, it is not just technology, it's a matter of principle and rights. I agree that we have to focus on purpose, but also a challenge is the member states' collaboration. This has to be something interoperable and something that will be used in a cross-border context. Well, I think we are going in the right direction because, for instance, the project I've just commented before is the result of a strong cooperation between many different countries in the scope of the European Blockchain Partnership, where we are working to build the European blockchain services infrastructure. That partnership started in 18, and it's been signed by 29 countries. Part of that project is the Early Adopter Program, where many countries participate piloting use cases on that network. Another good news is that, in addition, we are also preparing a large-scale pilot around the diplomas use cases for the Open Digital Euro Program Core in the context of the IDAS toolbox. We plan to cooperate with more than 25 countries and see how this new paradigm has a room in the next European wallet. And also we see many bilateral collaboration between countries in this matter, like Spain with Germany or Netherlands. And so I'm optimistic. I say that definitely we are going in the right direction because there is a strong cooperation and interest with other member states.
Thank you very much, Angel. So you're optimistic about the emerging cooperation between countries. I think Silvana has to be, by definition, since you are chairing a group. But there were a couple of questions for you, actually, so I will ask you.
I mean, I will start with the first one.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask you to be as effective and concise as possible in answering so that we can then have the possibility to hear for
I will
all
try. So first of all, thank you for the question, because it's something absolutely important in my perspective. And so there are three things you can look at this problem. So first of all is try to make things as simple as possible. And especially when you design things alongside and with the people, I mean, looking at their reaction on things, that helps in that process of try to be as inclusive as possible. That's one of the things. And the other thing is timing. I mean, of course, some part of the population have a different adoption to than the rest, the groups, and you need to make sure to make the right actions in place for them to be able to make the journey. But the third angle, which is equally important to me, to my view, is to keep opportunities open as possible, and allow the wallet to be as open as possible with technology. technologies, procedures, and really open up the collaboration, because then the solution can come. But it's not an easy journey. I'm coming from a country where a digital divide is an issue, and I've been working but also in other countries in Southern Europe, across Southern Europe, where this is an issue. And I know it's not an easy path, but should be one of the main objectives, and it is one of the main objectives we have. I hope it was concise enough.
It was very concise, and thank you very much.
And the second question probably is not, I'm not the only one who want to reply to this one, because it's a really fundamental problem. But the wallet is an initial proposal, no, in the text which was issued last June. In fact, says that the wallet will need to be accepted by also the large platform when the user wanted to use. So the age verification and the, adoption from them is one of the things which is said. I know that there are conversations specifically, so probably, if you're okay, I will bring this question back to Ronnie, because this is a really huge topic, and I probably wanted to complement, unless Stefan also wanted to add. And I hope it was concise also.
It was super concise. Now we're going to play a little game now before we close, just because the time requires a game like this. So I'm going to ask the panelists that haven't answered questions, so Teemu, Ronnie, Stefan, and Mirko, to think about either one thing that we are doing that we shouldn't be doing in this domain, or the thing that we are not doing that we actually should be doing to speed up this process. Okay, so who has already a quick idea in mind? Because obviously this is improvised, sorry for this. But Teemu, you seem to have an idea about this. Can you tell us as concisely as possible so that we can wrap up in time?
Absolutely. I would like to comment on Stefan's purpose centricity. I fully agree with that approach, and basically through increased ability to control their personal data comes also increased responsibility for the individuals. And this means that we as regulators need to build the necessary controls that the individuals can, for instance, ensure that the party with whom they are presenting their personal data is who they claim to be, and that they are transparent about the purposes for which they are using the personal data. And additionally, there is really a need to increase the awareness of the individuals about how to securely use their digital identity in digital transactions.
Thanks a lot, Teemu. Very clear. Ronnie, can I turn to you?
Yes. So one thing, this is related to a question earlier on about inclusion. So what is in the regulation is the obligation for the member states to issue this to any resident that wants an electronic identity. So I think one aspect of obligation is to ask how far does that go? How much effort do you want to put into bringing on board marginalized groups? That might be financial marginalized group, it might be special needs groups, it might be age groups. So I think focusing on inclusion and bringing the last 10% on board is something we should spend more time on.
Thanks a lot, Ronnie. Stefan, can I turn to you? You already made many proposals, but you have a shot.
What else do you want me? Well, I think, so one thing in the digital identity space that I feel the focus is quite often on using identity for personalization, right? And quite often digital identity is seen as a personal kind of right or a personal objective. And I think we need to actually think about also social purposes for which we actually need an identity system, so that we then actually know much better, for instance, how society works based upon a better identity system. And I think having more attention on what are some of the social purposes, as already mentioned, research, but also even better policy making, knowing better what are the concerns in society, having an identity system to allow for those social purposes, I think we need to spend a lot more time on, because too often it's seen as like this is all about the individual, and it's actually really about society at large as well.
And I think we have to make that mental click there. We haven't really gone there. Mirko, I give you the final word, and then we will have to wrap up in 1 minute. So.
Well, I totally agree with what Stefan was already saying. I think that we have to build a narrative within the digital identity that is a narrative that tells the people the real benefit that they can expect from the digital identity. I think that now the debate is more on the technological side, which is obviously very interesting for me, but I'm pretty sure they will find the technologies and the means to create a very secure and privacy-proof identity, but per itself, this doesn't solve the problem of bringing major adoption of the identity. We need benefits from the user and also a narrative, a social narrative, to say that brings a major story to our society in order to speed up the adoption or make more acceptable from the technology and social point of view.
Thanks a lot, Mirko. I want to thank all the panelists. I think it was a very interesting conversation. I think we brought in a little bit more detail about this journey that is just at the beginning and is full of uncertainties and challenges. So we'll continue to explore the future of data in the afternoon in the refectorio. There's another session where Stefan will come back to us at 2:45 p.m. And so I encourage all of you to tune in, the ones remotely connected, to all our sessions related to data, because we are starting to see a story that we weren't suspecting is actually unfolding. And Stefan, Silvana, Mirko, Angel, Ronnie, Temu, thanks a lot for all your contributions. And from here, from Badia, Fiesolana, State of the Union, see you soon, and for the ones remotely connected, and happy continuation of the State of the Union.
Thank you very much.